Get some caffeine in me in a fun way. Don't mind this. This is to be chip seasoning at some point, but got some espresso here, some pineapple juice, cinnamon syrup, and a couple rums. See if we can make something a little tasty. We can. Oh man.
Salt.
Kick this stream off.
Panko.
Salt and what?
Panko.
And some panko would be great. Yep. We need more salt. I forgot it at the store, and producer was kind enough to not only fix the stream, but help me with my salt efficiency. Fucking ice game. All right. Hey, yo yo. Gonna make a espresso pineapple something or other here. Nothing much, just, keeping on. We had some horrible casualties of war with the squirrels. It's kind of hard to see out back, but the corn on the left end of our bed here got trampled by squirrels. Oh yeah, Insta message. Yeah, yep, we got a P.O. box now. So if people want to send stuff, we've got one. Yeah, they trampled on the corn, and I also discovered that they fucked up part of one of my basil plants. So they took off like a big, normally you would take off like the ends and you would top it, right? You wouldn't take off like a big branch, but they, had to dig in that part of the dirt to try to get a peanut that they thought might be there, or put a peanut there that they thought that would be a good place for it. So, it's whatever. That's why we plant so much corn and we plant so much basil. Because even when it's good and working fine, perfect spot for squirrels to fuck it up. So, all right, this is going to be a coffee in a pint glass sort of thing. But yeah, I'm excited to try out this sandwich. And a little bit of tiki bitters. Should be a cinnamony, pineapple-y, espresso-y kind of guy. Whoop. I've been pretty good. Going to the gym a lot. More than I was. Anyway. Summer's a good time to be alive. Plants are growing. This sandwich month thing is kind of interesting, so that's good. How about yourself? See, shaking coffee and pineapple, they both like to froth really a lot. Kind of interesting. Nice. Paramedic stuff coming along all right? Cool. I guess that's all you can ask for, right? It going fine. Where did I put that? I totally had a thing that I wanted waiting for me. I don't know, I just made it up. So this is a shot of espresso, some Appleton rum. This is falernum, tastes like lime and ginger and stuff with some bitters, a can of pineapple, and some cinnamon syrup. So it's kind of pineapple-y, cinnamony coffee. And then I finally found some nutmeg. I went to an Indian food store. So now I got whole nutmeg, so I can grate that over stuff, which has been a long time coming. Yeah. Pineapple rum coffee. Pretty fucking good. Whoa. Check it out. I never really looked at a whole nutmeg before. But it's got this like kind of like pattern. Look at that. That's pretty crazy. It's got this like veiny pattern. I don't know. Kind of interesting. Sorry, I hope I'm in focus. I always fuck it up when I try to go in. That's nutmeg. This is whole nutmeg. Really good for cocktails, things like that. Do you guys use nutmeg in Malaysian cuisine? Here, we'll put it back in. Grows a little closer to your neck of the woods than mine, for sure. Probably don't want a bunch of extra nutmeg on my food. All right, feeling pretty good. It's actually really fucking good. All right. Start off with our buns, or our Italian roll, whatever we're doing. Did I take a screenshot? I sure hope I did. I didn't. Screenshot time. Combine the ingredients into bowl with stand mixer with dough hook. Mix on low until combined. Increase to high speed. Continue for another 6 minutes. Transfer to a medium bowl. Allow to ferment at room temperature for about 90 minutes. Okay. Well, in that case, let's just get in on this. No sourdough today, so things should progress pretty quickly. All the sourdough stuff just takes longer and longer. But, you know, it'll get done. So, no sourdough, unfortunately. I think this will be a really cool sandwich, though. We want yeast, olive oil, sugar, bread flour, salt. Active yeast, sugar. I'm just gonna grab my ginger bug sugar. Where did we leave the sugar bag? Around the corner. Wonderful. Why'd we do that? Who knows? Honestly, we should get our scale back. It's the best thing we could be doing right now. We want to put all of our wet ingredients first and then your dry ingredients, so that way there's not a bunch of dry stuff left on the bottom. That's always a good idea for bread. I'm not very good at making bread, but I've been getting better. I'm better than I was. And since getting a stand mixer, that's been one of the things I've learned. Kind of want nice lukewarm water. That way the yeast doesn't get kind of shocked. Alright. It's probably a good temperature. Okay. Water, 225. See, already fucking up. Impatience. Alright, that's a lot better. 9 grams of yeast. Grams is quite a bit. But I suppose that's why it's not going to take so long. Twenty grams olive oil. And if you aren't sure about your yeast, you can do the whole like blooming step, but I don't think we need to do that. This stuff is pretty active. 15 grams sugar. All right. This can go back with our ginger bug. And then bread and salt. I'm actually gonna, yeah, okay. We're gonna mix this together right now. Try to get this incorporated. This is all of our wet ingredients. I normally have the luxury of time when I'm working with the sourdough stuff. So mixing salt in with starter isn't as big of a deal because there's always just like more time you can kind of throw at it. And granted, some of it doesn't end up working out, so probably my fault. But I don't know. 350 grams bread flour. And it wants the salt on top. I feel like I want to add the salt before, but also the yeast and the salt aren't very good friends, right? I don't know. 9 grams salt. Because we don't want the salt to be all in one spot. That's a bad idea. All right. 9 grams salt. Yeah, so it's one of those things. You want the salt to be more evenly distributed, but then you risk the yeast being not as well developed, or do you want it the other way around, where the yeast is having a little easier of a time, but your salt might be all clumped up in one spot. That's bad, obviously. 350. I knew I was going to run out, so I got some more flour. Just smart enough to figure out that I'd run out of flour, but not smart enough to figure out that I'd run out of salt. That's why producer is at the store. But we're getting better at the baking stuff. Got some pizza dough in the refrigerator right now. Because we're trying to get good at pizza even though it's sandwich month. And we'll be doing a lot of sandwiches or a lot of pizza after this month is over. We will probably need this later, but we don't need it anymore for right now. And we got our KitchenAid over here. Got some new gadgets. I got a frying thermometer and some cheese powder for our chips. We're doing a kind of a pepper cheese flavor. And the other one, we're going to need the salt because we're going to do a salt and vinegar chip flavor. So Whoop. And we want that dough hook right here. All right. On our way. Great. Awesome. This guy. Good for cutting some lines or cleaning off your surface. Keep this over here. That guy. All right. So we've got that. Should be good to put these away. Gonna give this a little scrape down. Try to get everything incorporated. And I'm thinking this needs a lot more time to finish. These are supposed to be black limes. And they're obviously not black. They're getting a lot more dehydrated, very obviously. I think we will need to resume this later. I don't think we can keep doing it. Because I need the oven for a couple, 3 things. So we will put it back on the dehydrating setting when we are done. And I'm sure they'll be about ready in the morning, which is totally fine. All right. So there's that. Okay, this has come together, so it wants us to turn it up to high. I know KitchenAid only wants you to do the bottom 2 speeds for bread. So I guess there's on and high. We're about to close a Facebook Marketplace thing for a better stand mixer. So I think next week we'll have a different sort of guy. Been really wanting one of these Ankerstroms for a while. And they're pretty cool. I've been in talks with a lady in the area who has one. So we'll probably end up getting that. Hopefully. Sorry. I'm going to put some stuff away. We were making those spring rolls all week, so I had this thing out. Those spring rolls were good. I think I'm going to make more of them in the future. hot. Oh, you know what I was gonna do? Definitely had something I was gonna do. I'm gonna go pick some stuff out of the garden. I need to pick some cucumbers and peppers. Just gonna scrape it off so that way the little kind of puddle at the bottom doesn't get all of the non-glutinous blender activity, right? We want it all to get all tangled up across the board, not just the top, 80%. Just kind of shift this into the bottom. Give it another chance to grab. Alright. I'm gonna go pick some cucumbers and peppers. Gonna make some pepperoncinis and such. I know pepperoncini is a type of pepper. We did banana peppers last year, but I'm not really growing any of those. Got poblano. You know what? Let's grab a couple of these mulata peppers. Maybe we can make a fun little pickle guy out of some of these. We'll do a mix. How about that? Got 3 of these. I think I've got a cayenne over here that's kind of changed color. We'll grab a serrano and a jalapeno. It's good to have a pickled pepper on your tray, right? For a sandwich, for like a deli sandwich. Oh, that one dried out. That sucks. Maybe we won't pick one of those. Sad, sad. Those are poblanos. Those are definitely not ready. I've got a jalapeno with a little bit of corking going on. And we've got it smells like dill out here, but I'm not even growing dill this year. We'll grab like a couple serranos. I know those peppers are a little more aggressive than you'd expect for like a peppercini kind of sort of thing, but these are the peppers that are here. Soon we're gonna have too many peppers than we can deal with, so we'll just be happy with what we got. All right, peppers. This is a little handful of peppers. All right. And then I'll come back for the cucumbers. We got our peppers here. A couple purple guys. a jalapeno, and a couple serranos. We'll pickle them up. Just double checking on this guy, making sure it's not, you know, overheating. We'll just let it cool off until we get back with some cucumbers. Oh, you know, that's right. I forgot about that. Massive zucchinis in here. Should make some zucchini bread. Too bad you can't make a real sandwich with zucchini bread. All right, 3 cucumbers should be enough to make some juice. Some cucumber juice. Yeah, yep, they're from the garden. All this stuff was from the backyard. Just went back there and picked it right now. I know in the video that I got this drink from, they used Persian cucumbers, which are deep green. So the drink came out like a really fun green, and that's probably not going to be the case with these. But it's fine. It's all good. It's going to be tasty, and it probably won't look horrible. So we'll just have to take that. I'm also going to wash off these peppers here. Like I said, these are Buena Mulata, these purple guys. I got a jalapeno and a couple serranos. We'll wash them off. We'll do a quick pickling liquid here. Not a whole lot. We'll keep it pretty simple as well. And I think this is cooled off enough to do another round of just trying to develop a lot of gluten. We want like a real chewy loaf. You know what I mean? It's like a hero or a hoagie. So it is a little warm, but we want that beating. Pop, 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 pop. But yeah, let's do nice guy here. What the fuck? Who cleaned this thing, man? I keep finding stuff that's not clean, and I swear I clean it really well. I wonder who could have cleaned it. Well, that's alright. Salt, panko, and cayenne pepper for squirrels. Bless you. Bless you. Producer is sneezing from all the cayenne pepper. That is foreshadowing for all the squirrels. We fucking hate the squirrels. Alright. Let's do some vinegar. I'm not measuring. I'm just doing like a kind of quick basic pickling sort of thing. Add a decent amount of salt. Let's add Okay, this dough looks pretty manhandled. It's been going for a while. It's pretty aggressively beaten and battered. We'll call it good. I don't want to blow up this KitchenAid. Yeah, it'll be really cool once all the rest of our peppers come in, because we're going to have all sorts of colors of peppers. Red, orange, yellow, purple, green. Just blue, just not blue. that's the only one we're missing. They made a blue pepper though. That'd be really cool. I'd definitely try and grow it. All right, let's shove this fucker in here. It's pretty hot. That is pretty hot. Let's let that actually air open for a little while. And I gotta remember, no blue. There is no blue. Sorry. I gotta remember to remove this. This is a little magnet. There's a thing here. There's supposed to be a thing that came with this oven, but we ran. So there's a little injector thing that has it register that it's closed, but you want it open when you're doing the dehydrate thing. But I gotta make sure I remove it when we're not dehydrating, otherwise I'm gonna burn something and leave the oven open on accident. It's still kind of hot. Whatever. Yeah? What's up? Yeah, producer's here. She's doing good. Pretty sure. You know what? We've got sugar right here. We'll just add the sugar. Easy. And I wanted to add, looking at our ground seasoning basket and our whole seasoning basket. Grab some black pepper and bay leaf. So both from the whole seasoning. Those are always pretty good. Oh. Ah, no. Sorry, schoolwork is a lot. I feel you. I've done a lot of schoolwork in my day. And it is almost never fun. A lot of times it's very interesting, but it's seldom very fun. I had a pediatrics paper. Okay. And I have a presentation later in 2 hours for my mass casualty module. Mass casualty? Like in the event of a lot of people being like killed in one go? That kind of mass casualty? Like an earthquake? Wow. Okay. It's pretty extensive. What? Proofing. Oven cooling. Okay. Not always killed, but like injury. Yeah, okay. Okay. I get you. My team's case was a T-point collision between two buses at a cross section. Fun stuff. Yeah, so like extricating people, right? Trying to get the bodies out of there, and priorities of injuries and stuff like that. Okay. I get you. Yeah, it's definitely a scenario where like, right, it's high pressure, it's happening like that, right? You wanna plan. That makes sense. I understand. Or I get the idea, at least. So there's a couple things we could do right now. Okay, is this still cooling off? I guess it is. Okay, well, we can leave the oven open. The excretion is done by the firemen. My job is triage and treat and send them to the hospital. Okay, okay. So dealing with the people. All right. Understood. You know what? I think I'm gonna go in and do the pestle and mortar guy now. Take all this stuff, put it in our pestle and mortar, and kind of grind it down. Oh man, I'm such a fucking idiot. Alright, well, almost all of it made it in. What are we missing? A couple pieces of onion. Nobody's gonna miss that. Yeah, and then we missed a piece of pepper. That's unfortunate. That's the stuff we wanted. Well, that's alright. I think we dropped a couple pieces that were all in proportion to what was in it, so it should be fine. Okay. Wow, this actually like kind of grinds up pretty well. This might be a little more oniony than I was bargaining for, but I don't really care. It smells awesome. Whoa, 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 dude. This is like attacking my senses. This is fucking crazy. Okay. Whoa. Fuck. Okay. God damn. It's a lot. It's releasing a lot of volatile. It's got a lot to give. If anything, this is making me really excited to dehydrate. It's really fucking strong. Yeah, it's giving off a lot of stuff. Makes me really excited because we're making a lot of extra peppers because I want to dehydrate a bunch of them and make my own seasoning. So that way I don't need to buy seasoning from the store. It's all seasoning that I grew and made. And this is surprisingly easy. It's very strong though. This is like attacking my nose. Okay. Fuck. Man. The water's on the other side of it though. Oh, fuck. Whew. All right. Is it spicy? I bet it is. It smelled spicy. It's very spicy. Okay. Where's my PPO? Do you mean PPE? You mean yes. Okay. Great. Fuck. Well, we've got this cheese powder and salt. Here. I'm going to put this in a thing and then we'll mix it together. I'm not just going to fucking half-cock mix it with everything. I'd normally do that, but this is pretty fucking strong. Oh, personal protective outfit. Yeah. Everywhere in the world we call it PPE. Producer is just the one that calls it PPO. She's trying to justify her ignorance. Yes. No. You are right. Fuck, that is. Oh, shit. That's fucking aggressive pepper, onion, garlicky. PPE is correct. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Let's see. Does work? Okay. The proof setting is working now. So that's going to work. Let's try and make a good seasoning out of this. With the cheese, powder, and the other stuff. And we'll put it in this ramekin. I thought it was an American term. I think it is. Y'all should have play with me longer. That will be funny. Ah, yeah. Should have. Sorry, I also do the PPE sort of stuff. So it's one of those where it's like, no, it's not PPO. It's PPE. So I get you. I am quick to correct as well. Okay, we've got this white cheddar powder. I've got salt, and I wanted to add some MSG. It would be funny, though. MSG. How is it breaking out of the bottom of this? Literally, I put it in this bag because this bag had opened up. And now this bag on the other bag. Why do all the bags keep breaking? Literally every bag I put this thing in breaks. The bag it was in breaks. The bag I put the bag in breaks. What the fuck? I haven't even touched this MSG. And it has like broken several bags. Is this like a known thing? This is getting really frustrating. It's like particularly good at getting out of bags. I don't see why it would be. What is this? Some sort of herb. Okay, well, everything that's in this bag now is just gonna go straight into this fucking thing. We'll add the rest of the salt to it. Not a particularly rigorous measure, but I'm gonna add about half of this seasoning. Oh fuck! Why did I sniff? Why did I smell anything? Oh man. Yeah, we're pretty close to that. Okay, pepper cheese. That's what we're trying to go for. I think it's not too bad. I will say, I'm fucking overloading my fucking nose. I know I haven't even been on stream for an hour, but I think I need to take a break. I'm sorry. I need to go like sneeze and like clean out my face. This is like way overwhelming me.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah. Producer just walked into the room and was hit by the olfactory sensations. I need to take a break for real quick. Thank you very much. I will descend into hell and take a break. okay, I'm back.
And then I have that window open too. If you want to close it.
Yeah, okay. Windows open. Thank you for your patience. This is eye-opening experience. I had to go like blow my nose 50 times. Okay. It's pretty good. I will say I feel like it needs a little bit of acid. We're going to try to engineer the perfect little thing. I'm going to grab a pinch. Hi back, I'm Xia. Thanks for sticking around. Sorry, I don't know, that grinding really kind of took it out of me. I was just like, I gotta get out of this room. We had to open a window. It's a little better now. I think that sour does a little, yeah. I think that'll make for a good chip seasoning. Fuck, it's spicy though. God damn. Whew. Okay, well, here's the seasoning. And the rest of this, I guess, is going to be tucked away. Oh, mate, I think I asked you, but do you have a Discord? I don't have a Discord right now. I'm sorry. We're trying to get it all up and going. I got a day job. That's what I got. No, I don't have a Discord set up. I need to figure out how to do that. And that's something that I like, I'm not going to set up just for the sake of setting it up. Like, that's something that I really think would be helpful. Because eventually I want to make like files and things. No. All good. Is very good. It's a thing I need to be thinking about. Because I want to like make step files for like 3D printables and stuff. And Discord would be a really good place to post files, you know. So, oh, I forgot. I gotta grab mint. Being dumb, being very dumb. Off camera would have been a good time to grab a sprig of mint. Let me go grab some. But yeah, Discord would be good. What am I cooking? We are making, it's sandwich month. So we are making a fried chicken Caesar salad sandwich today. I forget the name of the restaurant, but there's a restaurant in Chicago that does this like chicken Vesuvio sandwich. But they don't do it with like a Caesar salad thing, but it's like on an Italian roll with like this really thin chicken that's like fried. Caesar salad sandwich. Do I grill the lettuce? I'm not gonna grill lettuce. No. Unfortunately. or fortunately, if you're the lettuce. Amazing. Good start. Right now we're proofing some bread. I don't think the frying is going to take all that long. So I was going to work on the cocktail of the evening, which is a Hugo. Grab some herbs. This is mint from my garden. I've got a garden out back, as you can see, behind my offset smoker. This is mint. Fresh mint. Amazing. I also have cucumbers. And we just spent a while recovering from grinding up a bunch of fresh onions and garlic and peppers from my garden. So we try to use as much stuff from the garden as possible. They're lemon cucumbers. That's why they look this way. I like taking them to work. You can eat them like a hand fruit, like an apple. But today we're going to make some, what is it? Cucumber juice, because we're making a thing that's like a takeoff of another drink. So it's going to be like a gin and tonic, but with cucumber and mint. And that is definitely a rarity. I don't know. I mean, it's a rarity if you buy all your cucumbers from the store. But I think lemon cucumber is like a kind of growing... I've been growing lemon cucumbers for like 10 years, 8 years. They're fun. I just like how much like they're fit in your hand. You know what I mean? We're going to go with this 2-liter guy. It is popular in Europe, but I never saw them at the store. That's why it is a rarity for me. Okay. Are you from Europe then? I'd assume. We're going to cut these up. We're going to use them in the immersion blender, blend them to make this cucumber juice we're looking for. I am from Europe. Okay, cool. Very cool. Any specific place? We're always looking for food recommendations. And I'm always happy to... mild, sweet, slightly sour with a crisp texture. All right. Yeah. No, they do tend to get a little more sour the longer you let them ripen. From Baltic states. Okay, cool. We are popular for pink soup. Not sure if I've ever tried it. Pink. Why is it pink? Because of tomato? Because of beet? Because of sumac? Not tomato. Okay. Red pepper? Why pink? Is it a flower? Hibiscus? I know there's a mole, a pink mole. Sorry. Un segundo. Yeah, beet. Yes. Yeah. I've done a cold beet soup before. It's good this time of year because it's so hot. Sorry, I need to grab some of my pectic enzyme. Sorry, in the video I saw for this, they made this cucumber juice, but they use water to extract, to help pull all the stuff out of it. But I've got this pectic enzyme, which goes well with hot potatoes. I bet it does. We're going to use just a tad of this pectic enzyme, and it should release a lot more liquid. This is for winemaking. Half teaspoon per gallon. So, should break down all the pectin that we got. going on. Here, we'll huck it over here. That's fine. And immersion blender time. Basically, it is go off. Give us your beetroot soup recipe. Beetroot soup recipe. Here we go. This is like beet and yogurt and dill. Beets, kefir, cucumbers, dill, green onions, hard-boiled eggs, salt, pepper. Used to season. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. Sounds like a good soup for this time of year, for sure. Bruce, I'm going to make a move first. Need to get ready for school. All good. Good luck with your presentation. See you later. Always good to hear from you. It's a refreshing soup for hot weather, and it is served with hot baked or boiled potatoes with dill. Fuck yeah. Sounds good to me. We're going to let this sit for 15 or 20 minutes here. Got this, still pickling. I think we're done with this cheese powder. Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm so dumb. Have I ever tried Zeppelins? I don't know. Like riding around on them? I'm sure that's not the correct. I'm sure it's not what I'm thinking. It's some kind of food. Some torpedo-shaped food. Is it a sandwich? Like eating. No, I never tried to eat a dirigible in my life. Potato dumpling. All right, producer's saying it's a potato dumpling. I have not had a Zeppelin. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking up Zeppelin in the context of food refers to a traditional Lithuanian dish called Gepelinie. The Lithuanian national dish literally translates to Zeppelins. Okay, because of the long oblong airship like shape. So it literally translates to Zeppelin. So that's not like a... Okay, cool. Look it up. I will. First, I need to... The secret extra flavor is salt and vinegar. So that's why we needed salt. Okay. Dumb. Come on. This guy. Same day or keep it up to fry it up while it is cut in half to keep it firm and crispy. Okay. Okay, how much? Sorry, I'm trying to. Cup of salt and half a. Okay. A cup of salt to half a cup of vinegar. Okay. AKA keep it a day or two. Slice fry. Yeah. Fuck yeah. I could go for that. And there's our salt. I thought we'd run out. Sour cream / creme fraiche. Okay. Everybody loves creme fraiche. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Producer saved it. We will add it to our list of things. I promise we will get to it. We really like new things. Look at the actual ingredient. We will. I promise you. It is a priority for us. Where's the salt? Where's the... It's in the bag. All right. Perfect. New deal of salt. Yeah, I bet we could make those. Is there any other Lithuanian food you'd recommend? Or Baltic food? That would go well with Zeppelins? Come on. I fucking hate opening this thing. I feel like I'm gonna jam my finger. Alright. Half cup. Whole cup of salt. Pink Soup and Zeppelin is the top based on hashtag advertisement. All right. Well, we could make that. I don't see anything wrong with making that. What about meat? What kind of meat thing would go with it? Would you just like braise up some meat? Oh, the meat goes in it. Pink soup as a starter with a bit of potatoes on the side. And then go for the main as a Zeppelin. Okay. Sure. Okay. Cool. Fuck yeah. That sounds awesome. Maybe do it up with like some bread or something. All right, we've got this vinegar salt that we now need to bake off, which is why I'm so dumb, because I spent forever trying to get the oven down to temp to proof. I think it's minced pork inside, smoked bacon belly on top. If we're talking about meat for the Zeppelin. Okay. Yeah. Fuck yeah. But yeah, I'm dumb because I spent forever trying to get it down to temp to proof. And now just to bake this at 400 degrees. So, competing priorities. Yeah, we could do Zeppelin. We can't do any this month, though. Because we're doing sandwiches this month. This month is sandwiches, through and through. So, not this month. All right, so that's that. It's been about 10 minutes. Try to eat Zeppelin at the same time, on the same day, and keep a few to cut and fry in the pan in a day or two. It makes 2 different dishes. That's always fun when it becomes something else. It evolves like a Pokemon. I'm going to keep this over here, and we are going to start mandolining our potatoes. I think that's probably a good idea. We'll do a deal of potatoes. I prefer the pan-fried one. I like it crispy. Some prefer them the other way around. I guess it is a way of taste for each person. That is true. Nothing is for everyone. Everyone's got their own deal. And then we want another container for our potato. I watched a video from Ethan Chabowski about this. So he recommended that you do not wash the potato chips themselves, right? Obviously you wash the potato, but the chips don't need to be washed necessarily. Use the newer ones since we want to keep that round kind of. He said that it's supposed to be about 2 millimeters. I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to measure that, but. My fave dish is Kiev cutlet with French fries. That is like top of what I would eat, even over tenderloin steak. It is made from chicken breast. Chicken Kiev. Or Kiev. This might be a little too thick. I think that might be a better thickness. Yeah. Yeah, I think you want some flex in it. Some of these lower ones, or these bigger ones, don't want to flex as much. Might even dial it just a little. Yeah, we'll call that 2 millimeters. Just look up the Zeppelin and Kiev cutlet on Google to understand. Yeah, for sure. Especially Kiev cutlet, since it's cooked fried. Well, we're going to be frying chicken today. All right, I'm pretty happy with these. You said 2 mil. Yeah, this is like a good. Okay. We pick russets because they have extra starch and lower water content. Makes for a better fry, supposedly. While the Zeppelin is done boiled. All right. Starch sticks. For sure. It also makes for like a more friable, like the more starch there is, the more you get like the micro fissures during frying, which is what leads to crunchiness. That's why they never recommend you fry like golden like potatoes or like Yukon Gold, Yukon Gold or like red. They always recommend russets because russets are really high in those. You can wash off the starch. That is what McDonald's does for their French fries. Well, I'm not doing a French fry though. I'm doing a chip, right? And I want the kind of kettle chip, kind of done sort of aesthetic. And so the more starch you leave on, the more that like kind of hard fry shows itself. And so not washing it is a choice that is, you know, optimal if that's what you're going for. All right. This is a bunch of fucking fries. You are the chef. We are just waiting for your masterpiece. Well, thank you. Your potatoes. We're waiting on this guy to try out something. And then we can also do up a Caesar salad. Just doing everything we can while we wait for the proofing to happen. As a matter of fact, I should be keeping this like near here. Keeps it warmer. And then we will, let's see, is this rendering liquid? I hope so. Sure looks like it is. Yeah. We'll strain this out and get some juice. Some cucumber juice. And I'll try one of these tonics. Like make the calzone yourself. You could do a calzone sandwich for the sandwich month. Calzone, we already have the sandwiches. Last week we did a banh mi. This week we're doing fried chicken Caesar salad. We've also got a meatball sandwich, a Cubano sandwich, and po' boy. Seafood po' boy. I'm thinking either catfish or shrimp. Maybe even oyster. Calzone would be fun. We did a calzone. AKA the Italian bun. I get what you mean. We did a calzone a couple weeks ago when we were fucking around with pizzas. There will be more pizzas and calzones. I've got pizza dough in the refrigerator right now. I just feel like we've got sandwich month pretty much on lockdown for right now. We've got it pretty covered and smothered. Oh, camera. Usually is pizza, but you could make it a sandwich. Experiment, you know. We experiment a lot here. I agree. Experimenting is good. I will say I've never made any of these sandwiches before, so it is all an experiment on some level. Use some Greek pastry for sandwich. Phyllo? We made what was that, last week? 2 weeks ago? We made 2 weeks ago. We made areas with the pita, and I made baklava with the phyllo. Like euros. Okay, that'd be pita. That would be pita. That's a flatbread. I'm not sure if that's pastry. But yeah, euros are great. Yes. Well, I would call the bottom top a pastry since it's made out of flour. Okay. Sorry, pastry here has a different kind of connotation. Like phyllo dough would be like a pastry dough, whereas pita would be considered more of a flatbread. Like like pastry has sweetness in the U.S., I suppose. Well, kind of, but also like you could use like phyllo. You could call it a pastry dough, but you could use it for other sorts of things. I feel like pastry dough gives a much more delicate connotation, right? So if you were talking about a savory, like a non-sweet thing that was Greek that used pastry dough, I would probably think of spanakopita. You know what I mean? Where you wrap the phyllo with the spinach and the cheese. It's all good. I get why it's confusing. No, it's totally fine. We get each other. That's what matters most, right? Doesn't matter if normally something is called this or that wherever, as long as we're communicating effectively, even if it takes a little longer, that's totally fine. Right now we're just trying to get this cucumber juice. I'm really glad I got this pectic enzyme. Helps get a lot of juice out of stuff. Esteries generally have a higher fat content. I get it. Or pastries. You know what? Maybe that's a bit. Maybe that is a better, you know, denoter. Yeah, probably a fattier dough. Pastries. Yes. Understood. Yeah. So you consider like a croissant would be a pastry. All right. Cool. Done with that. And now we can get this. Basically, bakery versus pastry. Okay, yeah, yeah. All right. Cucumber juice is greener than I thought it would be. Funny. We might end up using this bowl for our Caesar salad. Is it sour? No, it's not very sour. They need to get more ripe to be sour. I almost think that they like ferment on the vine, and that's what makes them sour, because they do get very sour. But these are pretty young because we're kind of earlier in the season. So I'm picking them off as they become ripe. But as it gets later in the season and you always have like way too many on the vine, that's when they like sit extra long and then they get sour. Now it just tastes like cucumber right now. Regular cucumber. All right, and we're at 400. Oh, and that smells like vinegar. That smells sour. All right. We're doing this Lucky Hugo Tonic. So we're going to get a rocks glass. Or no, a rocks glass. A highball glass. And we're going to do... Let's grab... This thing had cinnamon in it. We've got some gin. And I wanted to do a little bit of lemon as well. So what is the taste before they get ripe? Like so watery? I mean, it's kind of like that cucumber flavor. It's like regular cucumber flavor. I'm going to build this in the glass. Yeah. I guess this is an older one. They start to, I don't know. It almost seems like that, because you know how like cucumbers are kind of salty on their own? Like how celery is salty? I think they might like lacto ferment themselves. Uh-oh. This one's bad. How the hell did that happen? I tossed that in the compost, but it's got a sticker on it. And I don't want to peel the sticker off. It's all gross, so. Okay. Toss this bag. Whoa. More Lithuanian food here. Sorry. We have a marinade. Our cukes in water. Garlic and dill to give it acid. Basically, pickled cucumber is a popular food in Lithuania. They're preserved in brine solution, water, vinegar, salt, various spices. This process gives distinct sour and savory flavor. They're often served as a side. Yeah. I can skip if you... No. It's all good. Anything you care to share is fine by me. You're interested in food. And it's food from a culture I'm not from, so it's always really good to get it, you know? Yeah, we do a lot of kind of pickles with dill and that sort of thing around here. It's very good. My parents actually made some bread and butter pickles the other day. Another one, he says, 30 seconds later. Yeah, I'm interested. No. I'm just juggling a lot of things. I'm cooking and interacting with the chat. It's totally fine. It's just juggling things. I am interested. I swear. I promise. I we've taken recommendations. We all swear. Yeah, yeah. No, 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 no. I've taken recommended. We've made some pretty crazy food on here before. I made what was it? It was like a fish soup from Ecuador that you cover in banana chips. I like we've made some pretty crazy stuff on here. Like I am interested in the food that people want to share. I'm also actively cooking something at the same time. Yeah, it's not like I'm talking about a Thai food that comes from the sea. No, for sure, for sure. I can wrap my mind around a pickle. My parents just made pickles the other day. So, oh good. Sorry, I'm trying to remember where I found this. Oh, tonic. This thing. 2 ounce cucumber juice. Okay, okay. Entiendo. I'm talking about something that is actually popular and was talked about in an anime series, like Food Wars, the anime. Oh, that's cool. See, I haven't done the Food Wars. I would like to do, or I'd like to get into it. It's just been, I don't know. I get really busy. I want to do. I mean, I want to do the like the frozen egg tempura thing. That looked really cool. So it's 2 ounces cucumber juice, 1.5 ounce gin, 1 ounce elderflower liqueur. That's like the Hugo spritz is mint and elderflower in prosecco, right? Because it's a spritz, but we're doing the tonic. God, there's fucking sugar. Really gums up the works on some of these. All right, elderflower, and then you add some mint. And then I'm going to just kind of free pour some extra lemon juice. They didn't add any acid. So I figure it could use some, but I'm too dumb to measure. Je suis un American stupide. All right. Okay. Muddling. That's cool that it was in Food Wars, though. We need to watch that. I don't have a muddler, so we're just going to use this thing. Because I'm a barbarian. Just need to kind of activate the mints. Not bad. All right, and then we got our tonic. And we'll add a little block of ice. And I think up next would be making the dressing for the Caesar salad. And then the Caesar salad itself. Whoop. All right. Lucky Hugo Tonic. That's really nice. This is a really good summer drink. The mint and the cucumber. I remember I was in college and I was summering over at this place. We had no air conditioning, so I would just like take lemons and limes and cucumber and mint and just like smash them all up and then put them in a big pitcher and fill it with water and put it in the refrigerator. And whenever I wanted air conditioning but I didn't have any, I would just pour this pitcher of liquid and drink it and imagine that I had air conditioning, and it almost worked. And this is like that, but I also have air conditioning now, so fuck yeah. That's awesome. That's really good. We'll hold on to this. Okay. Caesar salad dressing. Yes, Insoboyano. Sorry. Honestly, this is taking a bit of time to cook. Yeah. So I'm fermenting dough right now. This dough needs to ferment, and that's the real time crunch. I'm waiting for this dough to ferment. And so we need to do things in the meantime. Basically, when this is done baking, we'll be mostly done with this. Most of the time when I stream for about 6 hours, 5 or 6 hours. And I make a whole dinner party's worth of food because I do Dungeons & Dragons tomorrow. And I make food for all my friends tonight, and then we have it tomorrow. So, yeah. It does take a while. And I'm also doing things I've never done before. I never made chips before. D&D, you must be a fan of Stranger Things. Stranger Things is pretty fun. Yeah. I'm more of a fan of D&D, to be honest, but it's a good show. All right. Let's get into this. I need egg, and I need Parmesan. Couple egg yolks. Stranger Things is like ripoff from D&D. No, it's not a ripoff. It's just like it references it. It's not a ripoff. It's just one of those things where it's like inspired by it. So that time in American history is when, here, we've got homemade mustard that I fermented. That time in American history is when, right. I think, yeah, Vecna is coming. Inspired is a better word, yes. Because that was a big deal. Satanic panic was a thing going around in the 80s. So D&D came out, I think, in 77 or 79, the original one. And so it was like a new fucking thing. So even when I try to explain people like D&D today who don't play any of it, they're just like, they can't get their mind around it, right? So imagine someone 50 years ago, 45 years ago trying to understand it. It's just not, right? And before, like, even RPG gaming. So now that people play video games, getting into D&D is like way easier for people. So back then, people didn't understand what they were doing. Is it true they used to have the X sing now in D&D if something doesn't feel like to a player. I saw a meme about it. Not used, have it now. Is it true they have the X sing now in D&D if something doesn't feel like to a player? I'm sorry, I don't exactly understand an X sign. Oh, like people like X out things they don't want in their D&D? Sign with their hands with it. I've never done anything like that. I think there's a lot of ultra inclusive stuff. I've never been at any sort of D&D table where people go like this. If something is not right for them, that's never come up in any D&D session I've ever been a part of. But that's my group, right? And perhaps there's like an ultra accepting Uber, opt out, whatever thing. We mainly go with the flow and just like fuck around. A safety tool, sure, for some people. I feel like everyone in my group doesn't really need a safety tool because we're all adults and everything's fine. And it's all make-believe, right? Used by players to discreetly indicate when a game's content is making them uncomfortable. Yeah, whenever I'm about to die, I go like this, and then the DM has to make it that I win the fight. I don't know. Sorry. So we got sardines, eggs, Parmesan, mustard, Worcestershire. Are you trying to recall what we need? They try to implement the game. Yeah, it's kind of new age shit. Yeah. It's a bit, it's coddling. Are you familiar with the word coddling? Like, bro, we're role playing. Just chill. Exactly. I agree. Or do not play. Exactly. Okay. Garlic, mustard, egg, Worcestershire, anchovies, salt, pepper, oil. Okay, great. Okay. You basically got everything. I haven't made a lot of Caesar salad dressing. Yeah, but it's sus that they actually added that to the. Well, I mean, I guess they added it to the rules, but like we've been playing for years. There's tons of different ways to play the game. That's just the newest way that they decided to add whatever stuff to it. Like, you don't have to play it that way if you don't want to. Like, just literally just meet up with your friends and make up dumb bullshit. But then you have like things to roll to see if you get away with doing your dumb bullshit. It's fun. It's a good time. And it doesn't have to be this whole like, I don't feel comfortable. Like right now in one of my campaigns, I'm a kobold. I'm like a little goblin guy. So it doesn't represent me at all. I'm a little goblin guy whose arm is like petrified and turned to stone. And I talk like this. I'm like, hey guys, do you want to go fight the bad guys? And he's literally going around asking people for ketamine. I'm like, hey man, do you have any fucking ketamine? I could really go for some ketamine right now. Like, that's my character. It's like it doesn't have any bearing on reality. It's just fun. It's just fun and funny. I literally play as Meatwad from Aqua Teen Hunger Force and fuck around. At the end of the campaign, you will smack the dragon in the face with that stone. Yeah, exactly. Well, apparently it has something to do with the story, and my dungeon master was like, someone needs to have a stone hand, and I made my guy a cleric because that's what the party needed. Yeah, it is make believe. 'Cause the party needed a cleric, and cleric they don't really use weapons because it doesn't make any sense because their spells are way stronger than their weapons. So I can have only one hand, and that's totally fine because I wouldn't even really be using a weapon anyway. So for the like combat part, it doesn't even matter that I got a stone arm. Like I literally like went, oh, that makes sense. It would be the best for me to have the stone arm because it would inhibit me less in combat. So I guess my guy gets a stone arm. Like it's all yeah, it's all make believe and like I literally just make the character to kind of fit the party because I've played a bunch of games. So I got a dumb little goblin guy. Maybe it's a secret weapon for the end game. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard there might be some sort of like power ups that I can give my arm. Like there's like runes or gems or something that I can put into it and then power it up. So maybe. It's kind of funny because, yeah, sounds like a diss to an advantage. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the idea, right? The thing that sucks becomes the thing that's cool. Um, but it's kind of funny because kobolds are like, they're subservient to dragons. So, like, my guy's always like, man, the dragons are so cool. We should be friends with them. They're really nice. I really like them a lot. Um, but, uh, but a dragon was the one who petrified my arm. So he's got this, like, dissonance in his character where he's like, I really love dragons, but man, that dragon really fucked me up. And so it's like, it's kind of funny to play this character with all this, like, weird dissonance. How long did campaigns last? Is it like 10 hours long? So we do a session, and it's probably every session. So that's like the day that we come and meet is probably about 5 hours on a long end, 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. Um, and we meet once a week, or we're doing two campaigns that are rotating. So we basically meet once every other week, I guess. And we've been doing. They'll take like over a year.
Like our last one was 2 years, 2.5 years.
So they take a while, but it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, over a year. Yeah, it is a commitment. But hey, I make food and stuff. You know, it's fun. It's a good time. These are like my good friends. We meet up. One of them is happy enough to like do all the dungeon master stuff, so he has to prep all those things. And then like I make all the food and stuff and like we eat like yeah, like tomorrow we're going to eat like fried chicken sandwiches. Now I get why Will is so angry when his friends and Stranger Things. Yeah, I mean that is fair. It is a real commitment, and when they blow, when you get your D&D blown off because people want to like fuck around or do something else, like we're really lucky to be in this group, and this group is like really like rock solid. But in other groups I've been in, it fucking sucks. That's why I'd rather make food for everyone than be a DM. Because I tried to be a DM a couple times back in high school and early college, and everyone kept blowing me off, and I kept committing like hours trying to like come up with things, and they would just blow me off repeatedly. So now I'm happy to just be a player and be nice and show up and make food. I bet it is a good blow off to commit to it. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's logistics. How do you get 6 people in the same room who all have different schedules? Is it worth it to commit for a year? I mean, like, so they don't all have to be a year. So there's like the starter thing. I think you could do in like probably 6 sessions. So if you met once a week, it would be done in like a month and a half, maybe 2 months. And those are the earlier ones. So like Mines of Phandelver or Dragon of Icespire Keep. Are those stories limited? Well, they're like more they're less open ended, right? Like the things that we're doing right now, the 2 modules we're doing, right? So one of the things we did that took forever, as in Dungeon Master can't create more. I mean, they can create all they want to create. If you want it to be more, it can be more. And once you guys finish that thing, you can continue on and do other things, right? It just means that chapter is kind of completed. But as characters, you can continue, right? So those are considered like enter modules, and they typically go from like level 1 to level maybe like 5 or 7. And then after that, you could do another campaign. How do you level up your characters? So you like sorry, I'm doing multiple things at the same time. When you level up your characters, it depends on your class and your level. But basically you get a buff to your health, right? Your health goes up a certain amount depending on a couple things. And then you get to like depending on your level in the class, you get maybe like a class feature or an extra spell, stuff like that. Or, a new ability or something. So I'm at the point where like I can level up my character. Is there a broken class or is it a team thing? I mean, there are ways to break the game for sure, but it is also a team thing. So I like to break the game, but I don't like to break the game if my friend spent forever trying to come up with everything. So I'm much happier to break it when it's not homebrew, right? I.e. a module. So a module is something that is from a book that you buy, right? That's what a module is. Homebrew is something that someone made. And so I'm much happier breaking something that we bought and the guy just kind of looks through. Okay, sardines and olive oil. This is new to me. This is Trader Joe's sardines and olive oil. It said 2. Do 2. There's only 3 in here, so we're going to do 2. Wait, D&D is a pay-to-win game? No. It's not. You don't pay anything. I'm just saying, like, if we're playing something that we bought, i.e., you can buy a story, basically. And it's a book full of shit, and your DM looks through it, and they, decide, they basically try to play out the book as, like, the narrator of the story, right? If it's something like that, where they didn't have to come up with the story whole cloth, I'm really happy breaking it. If it's something that's like they spent forever trying to make, then I would rather go along with what they would want me to do, because it would really suck to make something just to have your friend break it in front of you. You know what I mean? All right. And then egg yolks. Like I said, I never played it. Well, I mean, I don't know. let me come up with an example, right? So we were playing a module called Spelljammer, which is basically like space pirates. So you like pilot a spaceship, but it's like more themed like pirates. But you're like flying around space, right? And there was this guy that was like an enemy that became a friend. And his special ability with his ship was to make his ship invisible. He was a vampire who's had an ability to make his ship invisible, right? So he was an enemy, and then he became a friend. We got him to be on our side, right? And so there was this like final battle, like where we amassed a bunch of like resources and we convinced a bunch of civilizations to join our space battle, right? But the real thing is we wanted to get on that planet so that way we could like thwart the evil guy's plan. Yeah? And so instead of doing the whole big fight, when we were about to go into combat, I made sure that that guy was on our ship. And then I asked my friend, the DM, I went, okay, so we can make the ship invisible and just skip all of it. And he was like flabbergasted because he never thought of that. And we basically, through the rules of the module that were set in place by the book, we were able to skip a main battle where like a bunch of dragons were supposed to come on our ship and we had to fight a bunch of stuff, and like it was supposed to be basically I hacked the brain. No. I hacked the brain of the book, not the DM, right? I don't want to fuck up the DM's time because the DM is my friend. But if it's the book, I'm happy to break a book. You know what I mean? And we both look and go, haha, they didn't think of that. Okay, cool. Well, now we get to break it. Fun. Does that make sense? So based on the book, they had a main event, but you found a way to overcome the main event with the skills you had, and the DM had nothing to say about it. Exactly. And he thought it was a funny way to skip the battle, so he was really happy to do it. Like, apparently there were like pages and pages of like, what happens if you get captured and you're a prisoner, and this or that. And it's like, well, we don't do that, any of that. We just skip all of it. And that's fun and funny, and he thought it was a good idea. So that's what I mean. But if he came up with the head canon of everything, like I wouldn't want to do that to him because that'd be mean. He's my friend. All right. And now time to juice a couple. That is a lot. Well, no. I will say, it does say to add a cup of oil, and this pours very slowly. I will say, which is why we have it, because you can be a lot more precise with your pours. It is Caesar salad dressing. It is a lot of oil. And we want to add some lemon. Oh, shit. Fucking sticker. We don't like stickers around here because I don't want a sticker in my compost. I will also say that the chicken Vesuvio sandwich that this is kind of inspired by, they literally take the fried chicken cutlet and you're gonna stab the salad like Caesar too. Yeah, I'm gonna stab him a bunch of times We got a bunch of senators who are coming in, and we're gonna have them stab it. You know, we're gonna get Lindsey Graham to stab it. We're gonna get Thomas Massey to stab it. We're gonna get I don't know, Chuck Schumer to stab it. Rand Paul's gonna stab it. I don't know. We're gonna get AOC to stab it. Are they senators? Are they representatives? Tom Cotton. Yeah, you bet your bottom dollar Tom Cotton's gonna stab it. Bill Polyester. Yeah. James Cashmere. Sam Spandex. Bill Burlap. We already used Bill. Bobby Burlap. All of the textile lawmakers. Okay, this has got to be enough for this. Anyways, it was nice to learn about some D&D things. Hopefully I'll try it out someday. Yeah, just meet up with your friends and have a good time. That's mainly what you should be doing. Like, it's not about holding up your hand or crossing out things where you don't feel comfortable. Like, it's just about fucking around, like, and doing improv. Like, you ever watch, like, Whose Line Is It Anyway? Have you ever seen that show? Where the points don't matter? It's fun, man. Yeah, don't take it seriously. Yeah. Maybe added a little bit too much mustard. But I think it's really good. All right. I always underestimate my mustard. It's pretty aggressive. Okay, so that's done. Is this... I think that's basically baked because it no longer hurts my eyes, so I'm guessing that the vinegar volatiles are gone from it, which is good. That's a good sign. Yeah, Google the X rule. I was looking at D&D and found the modern rule. Well, I mean, they just came out with a new rule set like earlier this year. And I don't know. There's a lot of people who are like kind of squeamish on the more kind of left side of things, and they tend to be more dominant in some of the D&D sorts of things. And some of them, you know, don't want to engage with things. None of those people are people I really play D&D with, so it doesn't really come into play. All right, so here's our salt and vinegar thing. Here's our, it's crack. We made crack, guys. Look at it. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy sell crack corn and I don't care. Kidding. I call it being a pussy. You know what? Yeah. I don't disagree. And if you find a table full of people who agree with you, then that should be the group of people that you play D&D with. You know what I mean? If you don't want to play D&D with a bunch of pussies, then that's fine. All right, we're going to let this cool down, and we're going to grind this up, and we're going to make salt and vinegar chips. Jimmy sell crack, and Nixon started the war on drugs. Ew. All right. Beyond that, we've got this. Maybe we should be doing the next part of the bread process. That might be a good one. And then we add the lettuce and then do the Parmesan. Sorry. Screenshots of instructions. 2 300-gram pieces. Pre-shape into balls. Allow to rest for 15 minutes. Okay. All right. Let's work our flour. I think that's probably a good idea. Because it has kind of doubled in size here. So we're going to flour this surface. And it said 300 grams, but we're just going to kind of eyeball it. Dough. Great. Awesome. I really love it when it doesn't want to behave. Become 2 pieces. I demand it of thee. Barely. Just barely. Fucking seasoning acting. God. Got 2 little loaves here. Dough's looking good. Thank you, sir. What about the crack? How's the crack looking? Looking like that OG Moonrock? Looking like that fucking Fortress of Solitude? OG Home Family Video? It looks kind of fucked up. I don't know. Let me here. I feel like I need to watch part of a video because I've been drinking and I can't remember the whole video. Let's see. The bread part. Let's get to the bread part. Bread part. Okay, we're going to rest it for 15 minutes. We roll it into itself. And then we pinch. And then like roll it out. Great. Perfect. Entiendo. That became crack. I missed it. What were you trying to make? I'm making, this is salt and vinegar chip seasoning. AKA crack. It's salt and vinegar. I put vinegar and salt, and then I put it in the oven to evaporate all the vinegar. Okay, I'm fucking around too much with these. I need to let them just kind of hang out, or they're gonna die. I'm gonna kill them on accident. Like sea monkeys, like so many sea monkeys. I guess D&D sounds kind of fun. Do they have campaigns for a day? Yeah, they're called a one-shot. Exactly. They're meant to be, yeah, one thing. Instead of campaign, that's a bunch of sessions. Yeah. One shot is meant to be, yeah, one session. Exactly. It is fun. It's a lot of fun. All right, it's telling me to cover it with a tea towel for 15 minutes. I don't have any towel. This is the only towel there is. We'll cover it with this towel for 15 minutes. And then we'll come back. We'll bake it on this thing. And then we'll see if our crack rocks are looking more rockable. Yeah, it depends. Normally a one shot is intended to be a longer session. So it'd be more towards the 5-hour end of that spectrum. I found a one shot, it says 15-hour. Yeah, I mean, that's on the longer end, I would say, of a one shot. Normally a one shot is supposed to be an all day thing. So I would say probably like a good one shot should take around 6 hours. Like the other session, that's not the one where I'm the weird meatwad guy, who's like, it basically starts off with something that's a one shot. Oh, 15 euro. $18 to join. Wait, what? Oh, we thought you meant hour. We're confused. Like an online? Yeah, I thought you were talking about a length of time, not a price. Then maybe it's an adventure that you buy. You're buying the one shot, as in it's a pre-organized thing that costs that amount of money for the one shot. We have a tea towel, it's fine. God, this is like fucking moon rocks. Does it taste like vinegar? I feel like no. I feel like really no, honestly. That's really sad. What the fuck? It just told me to bake it until all the salt goes in. All the... Well, that's disappointing. Everybody on the internet done lied to me. Something called Troubles in Pedestal Village. Yeah. Well, you're probably buying the adventure then. Depending on where you go, some DMs will charge for sessions, partly because it takes a lot of time to set up, so people are committing to playing. What is an adventure? That's a pretty open-ended question. An adventure is like a whole dealio. Like a one-shot would be considered an adventure. A whole campaign, I guess, would be considered an adventure. Adventure is a pretty open term, I guess. Damn, I'm feeling really bad about this salt. I was really hyping up the salt and vinegar thing. And it doesn't taste like vinegar at all. I feel like I should add some vinegar, honestly. That's so sad. Why did I go through all this trouble just to make salt again that I already had? Whatever. I just want to know, what am I paying for in a one shot that take 4 to 6 hours to complete, and I need to pay $18 to join? Well, if it says to join, then I guess you're joining in an adventure with other people. You're basically buying a seat at the table, and then you get to play with everyone else. And I guess that pays for the DM's time and before and during the session. What I would say is just get like an early like beginner set of D&D and just meet up with a bunch of your friends. I think that would probably be better if possible. You get what I'm saying? Damn, DMs make good money. I mean, sure. If you have 4 people and it's $18, yeah, they do because no one else wants to DM. That's fair. Nobody wants to DM. I wanted to DM when I was in high school and at the beginning of college, and everyone blew me off so many times that I don't want to fucking do it. So I don't envy anyone who wants to do it. I'm just thankful for them being around and willing to do it. I can make up the stories too. $18 an hour. Then maybe you should be a DM. I mean, if there's 4 people in the party and it's a 4-hour session, I guess it is $18 an hour. But that's all the prep work included too. You know what I mean? You gotta like write up a bunch of stuff or do all this, you know. If it works out for you, if that's something you want to do, I mean, that'd be pretty cool. I'm not sure if this is getting any more salt and vinegar. It's just pissing me off. Maybe I will. Maybe I will not. Yeah. I think the first thing you should do is just play it. It is fun. So there's that. We want semolina flour. Where the fuck did I put that? There it is. Found an event tomorrow on Facebook. $18, like I said already. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of variance out there, for sure. It's, I mean,
Well, because he said he wanted to try it out, but I was
sure.
like, you haven't watched any of the stuff on YouTube is a better representation of D&D.
Yeah, that might be a thing. I'm more of a TCG person. Am I missing something? And I'm quite good at it. TCG?
I think that's like
Card trading card game. Okay. Um okay. Sure. Fair enough. Here, I'm gonna actually wash some romaine lettuce. I'm just gonna go in and start washing some of this stuff. Get it ready. Maybe it's something I will enjoy, D&D. I mean, if you like trading card games, you probably like D&D. It's mostly just improv. Do you know what improv is? Improvisational comedy? Like, whose line is it anyway? Yeah, I can improvise. Exactly. There you go. Perfect. That's basically it. You're just improvising. Sorry, I gotta wash this lettuce. Need to get another screen back here so I can read the comments. improv can go dark. That's exactly what people like in D&D. I might fuck a random elf we meet to give my character a boost, go all out, and die in the final battle just because the chance of giving an offspring was rolled high on the dice chance. You know, honestly, there's room for that. If that's the thing you want to do, you know, if you want to like die in a thing like that, more power to you. Or be a monk who refuses to fuck any hole and try to roll dice to refuse to fuck a hot dwarf to keep his integrity and his spirits up to confront the final boss and get a debuff as an example. Yeah, I mean, like there's plenty of room for all that sort of stuff, you know. That's a good example. I like it. Exactly. See? It's mainly people just trying to make each other laugh. And that's why I'm saying just like get a bunch of your friends. And then a random blue green haired chick goes and does an X on me. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Perfect. Now you get it. I mainly make my guys like dumb on purpose to try and get like drugs or be obviously dumb in a way that's like funny. So in our like Strahd campaign, the one that's not the one where I'm like a little goblin guy, we're just like trying to like investigate things and we don't know exactly what's going on. So we're trying to sneak around and the obvious thing is like we're in someone's house and it's just like, I have to go to the bathroom. Where's the bathroom? And then we're just like all constantly trying to go to the bathroom to go fucking like snoop around this person's house. And we're just like getting people drunk and what was it? It's dream pies. There was this thing we got called the dream pie that basically makes someone like trip the fuck out. And so we're using that on people to drug them so we could like investigate their houses to see if they had any leads. So we're just like constantly drugging people and like snooping around their houses and stuff. Okay. So that's kind of what it's supposed to look like, I guess. All right. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. After that, the blue green hair girl starts touching herself instead. Okay. Yeah. Maybe she does. Who knows? Anyways, all right. So this is the way it is, and we're gonna proof it now because we just shaped it for another 30 minutes before we get to bake it. Ooh, there you go. All right. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Sorry, I've been making a couple cocktails, so I'm gonna take a break here for a couple minutes. Okay. Sorry. Cool. We gonna do. I'm back. What's up? All right. We've got to let that sit for another like 30, 45 minutes. So we're going to finish up this salad. And then we're going to do a start up frying stuff. Frying our chips. Frying our mines. I'm actually going to kind of take these tops off. They're looking a little peaked. It's fine. We can always do more. How do you feel about my toe adventure? Well, if that's the adventure you want to do, I'm more just trying to make my buddies laugh. And I mean, that is a pretty funny adventure. I don't know. I'm more trying to make a, I don't know, how do I put it? I try to, I don't know. Sometimes like when things get like overly sexual in D&D, it gets really like into this like power fantasy sort of thing for some people. Like I don't mean to like throw anything on you, but a lot of people when they first, it's kind of funny knocking out random dudes' teeth for trying to suck our toes. I mean that is funny. Or we'll laugh and say, "Take it for the team and suck it." I mean, I think what isn't that a thing in Baldur's Gate 3 where they make you like suck a goblin's toes or something to get the toe ring off? Yeah, that is a thing in Baldur's Gate 3. Have you ever played Baldur's Gate 3? Well, there's a part where a guy has a magical toe ring, and if you want the toe ring, you have to suck it off his toe. So. I guess, yeah. Face my foot in front of the perv. Kick the teeth in. Sorry, group. I guess we're going to extra hard into this. Yeah, well. It's a character choice for your character. I'll say like in the Curse of Strahd, the thing where I'm not the little goblin guy. We've got a character who, my friend, who's like really leaning hard into his character, and it's really funny because we went to a temple where there's like a bunch of like forbidden like gifts, and basically you can accept the gift, but if you but you have to like roll a die, and depending, you might turn evil, and all of the gifts have like downsides and stuff. And his character was like this like kind of up jumping guy who was just like totally taking all our stuff, and he stole this like staff immediately because he like wanted the staff for himself. And then when he picked it up, it was a cursed item that had made him like lust for power more than anything. So every one of the curses that he walked up to, and it's like, do you want this thing? He basically had to go, yeah, yeah, yeah. And so he got all of the gifts, but he also got all the downsides. So now he's like a guy who looks like a corpse, who has like a stroked face and like has to eat bones, and like he basically looks like a fucking weirdo. He like totally his character he committed to what his character was doing, and it made the character like ruin itself, and now he has to like commit to the character that's like a weird evil corpse like Emperor Palpatine in Star Wars. He just like looks like a fucking so he's broke out of one. I haven't watched a lot of One Piece, but he's like Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars. He's like the bad guy from Star Wars, right? Where he's like a weird, looks like do it, yeah, do it. Like, so, and he can only whisper, and he doesn't have any eyes, and like he's all fucked up. He's like completely fucked up. His character's so fucked. Like that's the kind of funny shit we get into where it's just like your character commits to something and then they have to like just be that thing and make them do a bunch of poor decisions that you know is dumb. Do it or do not do it. Alright, we're going to add some Parmesan. And then we're going to get into this chicken game. And this chips game here. If not, party advances with an ancient weapon. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, it sounds like you'd want to play. Alright, this looks like a decent Caesar salad. Give it a taste. Like I said, the mustard's a little strong. But everything else is really good. I guess I could be a good DM. Yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure. You seem pretty engaged and eager to create an adventure. And then we're going in with the wok. Sorry, I gotta scroll back for some of the stuff. Here, sorry, I'm trying to set up this frying thing. Frying's always try or not is luck based. Fight is dire. Well, I guess fight it is. I probably fight. I ain't doing what you want. I'm on fight. Okay. Bunch of oil. You rather fight than fuck a random. Okay. This is getting pretty sexual, I will say. I'm here to cook food. I would probably pass. If you gay, you get a debuff. If not, you pass. We do the rainbow shit. Those are the new rules, I suppose. I'm just trying to make food. I'm having a hard time reading all the messages and stuff while I'm like trying to like make this like meal. You know what I mean? Sorry, it's a lot of information coming at me. I'm just being, I don't know. I hope they do not change D&D to this low level. I mean, D&D is whatever you want it to be. Like, you can play all the previous versions of D&D. There's no, like, it's not like a video game where they come out with a patch and it changes everything. Like, you can do whatever you want. Like, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. Like, they came out with version 4 and nobody played it. And everyone just continued to play 3.5 until they came out with version 5. Sorry, I need to find the thermometer. Where the fuck? I bought a new thermometer, and I need it for this frying thing. I get it, but the problem is okay. Then just don't. You don't have to associate with those people if that's the problem. You know what I mean? No one's forcing you to associate with people you don't want to associate with. And there's plenty of people out there who play Dungeons and Dragons just fine with their friends, and they hang out, and it doesn't have to be like a all or nothing one way or the other. There's enough room for everyone to do whatever the hell they want with it. Because it's ultimately like a DIY sort of thing anyway. So if you're willing to do it on your own, the people go like, what if the character was gay, or what type of character would do X? I'm just saying, I never played. I want to try it. I feel like I have a mind for it, and you seem like you know it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you just got to find friends. Some friends who want to play it. Open, look. What the fuck, dude? There you go. Okay. Find friends. Looks at Will from Stranger Things. D&D is kind of niche. Can be. For sure. trying to get this to where I'm like measuring the actual temp and not the bottom of the pot. Okay, cool. And we want, sorry, I gotta double check some of these temperatures. Frying gets like very specific, right? You want specific temperatures for some of these things. Sorry, I just don't want to fuck this up. Okay. 325, it'll go down to like 250. Okay. So we want 325. It'll come down to 250, and when it gets back up to around 290 is the cutoff. Sorry, I never done this before, so this is like pretty new territory for me. It's on the highest right now, and we're currently at 219. We need to get it up to 325. It's on high. That's the burner. It's on the highest it goes for this burner, which is the biggest. You better be flipping that chicken. I mean, yeah. We're doing the potatoes right now. I suppose we should be doing the chicken as well. I'm going to clear the rest of this. We're going to move this over to our kind of more cocktail cutting board deal here, which is over here. Yeah, for the potatoes. We're going to be frying a lot of stuff. Well, and I'm going to pound the chicken out flat. So I need a wide surface area. I need a lot of surface area. Speaking of which, I'm going to grab another cutting board for the chicken, because I like to do the meat on a separate cutting board. That way it's easier to clean up. And we'll start to go in on some of these. If you'll be eating the next day, then it won't matter. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to overcook it for sure. So the method they use is they cut it in half and then jacquard it flat and then pound it with a spatula. So we're gonna cut it in half. Chicken does cook fast. I mean, this is going to cook real fast, so. All right. Then we got to get our jacquard. And we're going to have to do a couple batches for the potatoes. I think we're going to have to split it in two. Jacquard is here. Here's our jacquard. Yeah, I bet you 2 potatoes first to not spoil the oil. Yeah. That's the idea. Potatoes first. And then we want some saran wrap. We're going to grab a ton of saran wrap. This hand is clean. This hand is not clean. Let's use this thing. This is from Food Mill. Just gonna pound it flat. All right. Here's our thin piece of chicken. The first one. God damn. Fucking Christ. Okay. I need to get a plate for some of these. And we were, oh, shit. We're over the temperature. I'm going to turn off the heat and let it come down now. Because I was too distracted by too many things. My apologies. Trying to be more specific and not fuck this up. Because it's kind of a more... Ah, man. Okay, great. Let me wash my hands and move this off the heat. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, let's use the fucking hot pads and all that stuff. Okay. We wanted to come down. It's at 650 here. So we needed to come down to lower temperature. It's too high. Be a lower temperature. Meantime, we'll continue on this. It's a pretty flat chicken. Isn't Caesar salad made out of dried chicken? Oh, diced chicken. Well, we're doing it a little different because I want to make a chicken sandwich, like a fried chicken sandwich. It's based off of this like Vesuvio chicken sandwich from a place in Chicago. Um, but they didn't. They did it with like a different way, and I thought a Caesar salad kind of version would be better. So that's why we're doing it this way. It would probably be it wouldn't be fried chicken if it was a Caesar salad, right? Chicken Caesar salad. It would just be, chicken. We're down to 335 there. That's why you coat, fry, then slice. At least that's what they do at McDonald's. Will you add white bread squares? No, we're just going to do because it's a sandwich, fundamentally. It's a fried chicken sandwich. This flat fried chicken cutlet sandwich. And we're making it more Caesar salad-y. Fundamentally. Like why would I add, you know, squares of bread to a sandwich filling, right? Give it like a crunch, I suppose, like 4 squares. It's gonna be crunchy. It's a fried chicken. It's a piece of fried chicken. That'll be the crunch. All right. Now, before I miss it, we're like in the window. Finally. Put it back on high. Move this fucker over here. Oh no, we want the back one, not the front one. Hot. Get hot. Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and remove this one that I was fucking around with. I'll just put it like, I don't know, over here. Thought it would be distinguished from other burgers dressed with Caesar salad. Top notch, but that's my opinion. Or how I would do it. I mean, you'll see how I'll do it here. Just un segundo, por favor. Because the point of Caesar salad is to have those white bread crunch squares. Well, I have a bunch of bread. It's a breaded sandwich or a breaded cutlet. You know, there's a lot of bread in it. Should I have bread in the salad and bread on the chicken and bread as the bun? You know, it seems like a lot of bread. There's a lot of bread already going on. I get what you mean. Croutons are fun. People like croutons. But if I'm going to bread the chicken and it's made of bread because it's a sandwich, you know, it's just a lot of bread already. I think these 4 pieces will be enough for tonight. I'm just gonna put this back. It's just that I would make the presentation stick out. Might even put 4 around the burger sprinkled with Caesar sauce in a square. Okay. Maybe I'm not following. I think it'll look pretty like presentational. You know, you got the chips. You're going to have the pickled pepper like you would have in a deli with the salad and the sandwich. Like 4 bread squares around the burgers on the plate, crusted fried. I I don't know. Uh I don't have bread to fry. The only bread I have is over there. Breads at a corners. You'll see it. It's going to look like a good sandwich. I promise you. Imagine a plate, a sandwich in the middle. Yes. Okay. And around, yeah, it's a round plate. Okay. Sandwich in the center of a round plate. The sandwich I'm picturing. We have 4 corners, 4 bread squares, crisp. What? I'm not going to eat extra 4 slices of bread. We have chips. I mean, the chips are going to go on the plate. I could place them in the corners. No? With Caesar sauce doing as square from the bread to bread, making a square. The chips do around about the sandwich. I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't know. We're just gonna put the shit on the sandwich. I don't know. Looks beautiful, does it not? I, you know, perhaps it does. Who's to say? Presentation. No need to change the sandwich. Just work around it. We're gonna make it look nice. Just trying not to fuck up these chips right now. The emphasis in the video is to just keep stirring them until they reach around 190 degrees Fahrenheit. In which case, all the water's kind of out of it. And then we can cook it up to the temp we want for the other one, the other batch, and we can try and add some of the salt, try and add some of our cheese, other stuff. I want these fries to come apart. There's a couple of them that are just like stuck together. Hope they make all right fries. We're at 280. So we need to keep stirring until it hits around 290. All right, we're almost done. Just 30 more seconds. All right. I'm just going to call it right now. I'm going to try to be a little better about... Oh, shit. Well, it's supposed to get up to a little more than it is right now. Being dumb. Not waiting for it to be the right time. If these are the chicken pieces, then I don't need this cutting board anymore. So I'm going to clear this out. And that's the beauty of having another cutting board. Just don't have to deal with the chicken shit. You're just done with it. All right. And now we're well within our temp range. Just going to try to be better about trying to keep these separate, because a lot of them kind of clung together in the last batch. So we're going to just fold them out individually. This might need to be a couple, like another batch on top of this one. This is looking pretty full. Yeah. Toss another one or two. Look at that. It's a potato chip. Fucking cool. Here, I need to get like a container to toss them in. I'm sure there's another fucking something. This thing. Salty, not very vinegary, unfortunately. They are very tasty, though. Man, you can really make a good chip at home, though. That's awesome. Why did nobody tell me sooner? Okay. There's something I wanted to do. Oh, the fucking bread. I think we're about ready to huck the bread in the oven. $375. These are looking pretty good, though. We'll wait to toss them in and do the flaming and stuff towards the time where we actually can get them in there. I think these chips are done. And we're just going to go in with the rest of them. I think the idea is, because we want the temperature drop, because that's supposed to like give that crispy, crunchy sort of thing. So we're just going to go in with all the rest of them. Great. Because the extra starch and the temperature drop is what gives it that kettle chip kind of extra crunchy sort of deal. Dude. Let's add these guys. Chip arsenal. I don't know why they have you make so much of that salt and vinegar stuff. Like, you're only ever going to make like this much chips. Like, that much seasoning would be enough for like 12 bags of chips. It's like, what the fuck is the point? But a win's a win. It's a good potato chip. No one can deny a wonderful potato chip. We're going to put our current deal of chips in this bowl. And the next deal of chips we'll toss in this guy. Trying to get some of these ones that are stuck together apart. How do you get them apart though? Maybe that's the downside of the extra starch, is they want to stick together a lot. Whoop. All right, these are done. Take a little break here. Their frying adventure. Set up for the chicken Vesuvio. Got to set up a couple different baths, batters, and whatnots. We need a flour one, we need an egg one, and we need a panko one. Flour, egg. This one will be the panko one. How about that? All right. Flour. Great. You know what? This would be a good time to. The oven's at temp. We're going to need to bake this for like 30 minutes, the bread. So perhaps we do that portion now. So the bread's looking pretty good. Just need to lame it. And then I want to just sprinkle like some sunflower or some sesame seeds over it. Give it kind of an interesting look. I don't know. There's the lame. I know I got sesame seeds not even that long ago. I would hoped they would be not disappeared into the back of the fucking pantry. Ah, there they are. All right. Perhaps this would be better with like an egg wash. It's whatever though. Okay. It's 10:43. Okay. Should be done in not too long. And I should take the chips and finish the job. We got our spicy cheese kind of powder. Time to pepper spray ourselves. Okay. Fuck yeah. That's a good fucking chip. Okay. Wow. Honestly, really impressed by that. I thought they were going to taste way too much. Too spicy. You know what? We're just going to toss them all on this thing. All right. You want pepper and a little bit of salt. Okay. Eggs. panko. Okay. And turn this guy back on. Just go at it. Hey. Good to see you, Uncle Stinky. Hoping you're having a good Thursday evening. About to fry up some chicken here for a chicken Caesar salad sandwich. And we made some Kettle chips, potato chips. They're really good, actually. We tried to make salt and vinegar and then like a cheese jalapeno. The cheese jalapeno is a lot better than the salt and vinegar. So we just mix them together and they taste really good. These chips are addictive. I'm going to go in for another one of these Hugo tonics. It is. I believe an ounce and a half gin. Sorry. I'd show you guys, but there's no room on the front. An ounce. Saint Germain. I had some lemon here. Just toss whatever lemon exists in this thing. Give this guy a flip. 2 ounces of our cucumber juice. And a little bit of salt. Can't forget our salt. And tonic. And mint. Mint is crucial for a Hugo tonic. Get some mint over here. And we muddled it up with the back end of this wooden spoon. Big rock. Beep. And finally, top it off with tonic. Let's get pretty close. I'm a little drunk and about to make a banquet TV dinner. That name is deceiving. Yeah, banquet. What would be a more apt name? Delinquent? Fuck. Wonderful. Fucking love that thing, man. Getting close with this guy. I gotta say, this fryer thermometer is really handy. I mean, this is looking really nice. I think it's about time to pull that off. And we'll let it come up to temp while we grab another one of these shredded chicken guys and try to run it through our beautiful frying process. Just trying to get it into the fryer without it falling into pieces. So we just smash it so flat. Just try to get it to resemble this consistency. So. You also don't want it to turn into a ball. I have a feeling this thing could turn into a fucking ball pretty easily. Oh, okay, drop that on the ground. Real nice. Grab this guy. Hook him in the sink. Rinse my fingers off just to pick in time to pick up the chicken so I can wash my hands again. All right, we're at 320 here. I think that's a good temp. This fucking chicken, Trident chicken something. Oh, okay. Good thing I didn't. Oh, we've got a bot that needs extricating. Additionally, I really have to go to the restroom, and I don't have time to sit here and go, whoa. So I'm gonna go, whoa. Woo! I'm back. I think we're gonna need another egg for these last two. And I guess another fork to whisk the egg. Looking pretty dope. I'll turn the heat down just a tad. Just a skosh. Ah, shit. Okay. And I'm going to add a little bit more salt. This flour mixture. Because that chicken felt like it needed more salt. Give her a flip. Looking real nice. this thing's looking pretty happy, if you ask me. We'll call that one off. Move on to our last victim. I guess there's a little extra chicken nugget. Fine if it's a chicken rope. It's bad if it's a chicken ball. This is kind of where we're at right now. All right. I know you want to set it away from yourself, but it just kind of felt a little more natural.
You're being gentle.
Yeah. Just trying to practice good fryer practices. Don't want to get hurt. These are kind of little chicken nugget extras. Okay. I think that makes everything about done in terms of this frying operation. Bread's still cooking. Really fucking good. It's gonna be a really dope sandwich. And then tomorrow I just gotta fry up more chicken cutlets and chips. Should only take like an hour. Got more dough. I'm waiting. Different kind of dough. thinking this is looking pretty good. I don't know. Maybe we'll leave it in for a couple more minutes. I think I actually canned this on accident because it was hot when I poured it in. This is going to open up. No, I accidentally canned this. How's the Vecna sandwich looking? Well, we've got our chicken, our filling, our chips, and the bread is almost done. And we've got some peppers, like you would find, maybe a little spicier, you know, on a deli sandwich kind of plate. So, should be good here. We're mainly just waiting on this bread. Might clean up some. But yeah. This tonic is really good. Have you ever sprinkled some juice on that sandwich or chicken while it's hot? Yeah, we did a little salt, right? You do like kind of salt. And there is salt in the breading, salt and pepper. I didn't sprinkle any like juice as in pepper juice. No, I didn't do any pepper juice. That would have been, if I were gonna do that, I would have used like this pickled jalapeno juice probably. But it's not like a Nashville hot chicken sandwich or anything, so. It will come with the pepper on the side, as you would find in a deli. I prefer it spicier, honestly, but I'm just trying to get because while it's hot, it absorbs better. That is true. You are not wrong, friend. That's a good time to put spices on. Here. We'll do this guy with a little bit of the brine, as you suggested. How about that? All right, cool. It's not a bad idea. All right, now we just got this bread. I will say cucumber juice is something I'm definitely going to be doing more of this summer. This stuff is super easy to make and adds a lot of body to your cocktail. And cheap too. Let me look at it. This is looking pretty done. Yeah? Looks all right to me. Could be a little more done, but honestly, feels pretty hard. So we'll just leave it at that. All right, so I think that guy's got to cool for a little bit. So I'm just going to clean up some while it cools off. Also, I'd like to move this hot oil, but it's still really hot. So there's not a whole lot of moving around I can do right now. other than just moving it off of the hot thing. So we'll take a good 15, let everything kind of chillax. Let's get the vent going, so that way we don't set off the fire alarm. We will assemble a sandwich soon. Oh, yeah, dude, nutmeg. Okay. Time to do some cleanup. I think I'm about done cleaning stuff for now. And I hope the bread's cooled off enough to be like good to cut. There's definitely plenty more cleaning I can do. But that's not what this is about. This is about having a dope ass sandwich. So, just kind of wrap this bit up. Alright. Hopefully I can move this out of the way and that's not hot. It is hot. Still okay. Wonderful. We'll move this over here. Should be able to do most of the assembly kind of on here. Make up a plate. Make a sandwich. And a cocktail. Have some chips. Pepper. All that fun stuff. I'm just going to make another one of these right now. Because they're really fucking good. So it's supposed to be 1.5 ounces. This is a 2-1 ounce. So we'll do 1.5 ounce. And then I think at this point there's enough mint in here to kind of carry over the mint sort of vibe. ounce of our Saint Germain elderflower liqueur. I thought I would overpower it, but it actually plays really nicely with it. Most of the time, you add any amount of this, and this is all you taste. I don't even really think about this a whole lot. It just kind of plays along with everyone really well. Surprisingly so. Two ounces of our cucumber juice. We don't have any more lemon, but I feel like the addition of acid is almost necessary. So I'm going to juice lime. And let me just give this a quick rinse because there's a shitload of seeds in here and lime doesn't have any seeds. So you can just kind of safely juice over here and pour it directly in. Let's just add the juice of half a lime. How does that sound? Some acid is better than no acid. And, oh, shit. Okay, it looks like we still have a couple more mint leaves over here, so I'm just going to toss them in. The more, the merrier. We'll give it that kind of expressed quality. So we've got all that. A little bit of salt. And tonic. And this is a Hugo's Lucky Tonic. A Hugo Spritz is an Italian drink. Semi-common spritz. So this is a riff on that is actually more of a tonic. Great. Tastes wonderful. All right. Sandwich time. Let's grab one of our loaves here. Smells really good. I'm just going to take just half of this whole fucking baguette. Sesame seeds didn't exactly stay on. That's fine though. All right. I'm just gonna grab one of these fuckers and just huck them on. The idea is it's supposed to be flat enough to like hug around. I'm not sure how true that is, but we'll see. That's the whole reason why we did the jacquard and the flattening and all that stuff. To try to get it like flat. Maybe I'm gonna eat this like a hot dog. Well, yeah, because this isn't wrapping around nearly like it was in the video. I'm not gonna cut it though. Here, sorry. Just do up the plate, you know. We got our chips, our sandwich, and who can forget the pepper?
Before you eat it,
Yeah.
like just hold the plate out to me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does this look good?
Yeah, I just want to get a really good, like...
Yeah. Producer's doing the photo op.
Okay, and now make a face or something. Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
Is that good? Okay. Great. Whew. All right. Let's try this fucker. I guess we're going to eat it like a brat. I fucks with it. I don't know how they get so flat. But the bread's good. Everything's good. It just doesn't close in on itself like I'd want. Everything tastes awesome. Like, I'm ready to eat this whole fucking thing. And chips. Wonderful kettle chips. These are awesome. And the pepper. Sorry, bay leaf. We didn't forget the pepper. Fuck yeah. All right. Fuck yeah. This is an awesome meal. Some food you get at a deli. Maybe. All right. I think that's all I got for today. Hope you found what you're looking for. Have a good one. Peace.